Evening. How are we all doing? Yes, I have returned from the dead. I am all in one piece again. For anyone that missed, I've had man flu. And we all know how bad man flu can be. It was touch and go there for a while. Thank you, Firstus. Yeah, I'm not completely back. I still got a bit of a fuzzy head. Like I'll look at a bit of code and like I can see the words and they don't make sense. I'm staring at the code and like nothing's sinking into my brain. It's weird. But yeah, I'm on the mend. Thank you, AJ. It's a bit pretentious actually. Claire had a few t-shirts made and hers is really funny because hers says like social media, HR, Discord mum and everything else. It's got a long list of things that she does. And mine just says lead developer. Which does feel a bit pretentious, but yeah. I'll come up with a better one. True, it's technically correct. And of course, technically correct is the best kind of correct. So I've not been completely idle during my days of illness. I've been beavering away on this as well. I can't guarantee that it all works because I've been living in a fever dream, but in my addled state, I've added an orders tab to the sensors. So this still needs to pick up the details from the order that's in the system. But the idea is we need a way for players to be able to access an order that's in the system without having to rely on the current command target. So I kind of went on about this in my last stream, whenever it was, 6 months ago. You select a command target and fine, okay, that's now on the system as a command target. And we can obviously press use command target to use that on both the sensors and on the Helm. Now if we raise that as an order to go and say explore that system, and then someone clicks on that system, now all of a sudden the command target is not the same as it was when the order was raised. But if the order says to press the command target, and of course you go ahead and you dutifully press the command target, then the target you've just selected isn't the one that was raised with the command. So I needed a way of tracking that. So I figured the easiest way to do that is if we had an actual orders tab that we can bring up on each of the relevant UIs, then we can put a little bit of blurb on there about what the actual directive is. And where we've got the coordinates, not only can we display those coordinates, but we can also put the button here on the actual orders screen. So you don't need to press this button. We'll leave that one there for people that are working verbally. So if you've got a player captain and a player helmsman and the captain targets something and says navigate to my target, then verbally the helmsman can just press the button. We don't need to raise it in the system because it's two players communicating with one another. But if, say, an NPC captain raises the order, then you'll always have that there for reference purposes, so that you can just click a button here, it targets the right system, so you're not having to either type them out manually or risk that button no longer being relevant to the target in hand. So I sorted that out. And that should be working for both. As I say, I now need to hook up the data for this so you can actually see the right one. I set it up originally as only supporting one order at a time, because I figured you're never going to have more than one duty at a time when you're at those particular stations. So it's either scan this or navigate there. There's never going to be more than one order. But thinking on it more deeply, I think there are going to be situations where we do need that, especially if, for the Helm especially, if you want to fly there, then fly there, and then fly there, then you could issue those 3 orders one after another. And then on the Helm, when you press the button, you would have all of those tasks in a list, and it will be a list, with obviously the first one at the top of the list. So you can then work your way through each of those objectives, and they'll disappear and clear off automatically once the criteria of those objectives have been met. So that just gives you the ability to queue up maybe a patrol route or some other reason you might want to navigate in a certain way. What else did I do? Oh, I fixed the ability to do things like ship TP on the new chat system, so that works now. And it also should say, can I have the thingy? Do I not get the thingy? No, okay. There we go. It actually says a system command on there now that we've actually used a debug command. I can't get it to scroll to the bottom of the list. I mean, if you type something, it does scroll to the bottom sometimes, but not consistently. You have to press it twice to get it to scroll down. Yeah. That needs refining, but fundamentally it works. That's the main thing. What else? So yeah, so the data structure for all of the command and orders stuff has all been fundamentally changed. So when it comes to dealing with the bridge environment and issuing ship-wide orders and things that involves multiple bridge stations, the data structure and I kind of guess variable storage across the back end there has never been quite solid the way I want it to be. So what I've done is I've greatly simplified how we're doing that now, in that we have where is it? If I can find it now. Bridge orders, there we go. So we have a single bridge orders struct, and if we go and have a look at it, you can see that we're going to have an array of specific console types for each of the bridge consoles, and in each one of these arrays will hold all of the tasks / orders that are being raised for those particular bridge stations, and all of that is being held in a single struct. So we're able to work on that single struct as our ground truth, basically. And when we then raise those tasks, obviously I need to add each of those on there as we flesh those out. But then we can do a switch on whichever bridge station it happens to be, and then we can process different bridge stations independently. And the entire process for raising and managing those orders is now a lot more streamlined as well. There's very little going on compared to what was happening before. What else was I doing? Yeah, so I was working on the logic for managing the exploration of a single star system, and also managing the logic for assessing criteria passing. See, my brain's still not quite there, is it? Just assessing whether or not those orders have actually been successfully met or not. So this is all now happening under a single function, which processes, I think we've got this one processing 10 times a second, just to make sure that we catch it when it happens. And then again, for each of those potential orders that you could have, we then process the objective tracking on a per order basis, so they're all handled separately. So this is the one I was working on before the stream, to make sure that we are successfully tracking that the ship has arrived, so that we can strip this order out of the system, mark it complete, and move on to the next order. Sorry, just catching up with the chat. Lost my lid. Yes, thank you, Binary. I'm feeling better. I'm not 100%, but I'm feeling better. I can at least partially understand my own code. Only partially, though. Case in point, the one thing I was trying to fix before going on air was the ship not knowing whether it's reached its target or not. That's the other thing I changed, actually. So if you target a star system on the long range sensors, but you don't target anything within that system specifically, then the ship will now fly to the outskirts of that system. Quite simply, at the moment, what it's doing is it's assuming the radius of a system to be roughly consistent with the size of the star. Obviously, the bigger the star, generally speaking, the more flung out the planets tend to be. So as the star radius grows, the size of the system grows with it. So what we're doing here, without going through the process of actually generating that star system and working out what's there, because that's quite an intensive task, we take a guess at how wide that system will be based on the class of the star. And in the case of the Sol system, our system up to around Pluto is about 40 AUs in radius, and that's based on the radius of our sun. So we are working with that as our baseline, so that when the ship approaches the system, it stops around about that distance away. So when you're approaching a new star system, again, unless you've targeted something within that system specifically, it will just stop on the outskirts of the system to allow you to then do whatever scans you need to do to the inner system, and it avoids like warping into the middle of an armada that might just happen to be parked there. It just makes your approach for someone's star system that little bit more polite. But in order for that to work, obviously we need to make sure that the objective tracking matches that criteria. And I think what's happening, I think we are mixing up kilometers and centimeters. Because I think, yeah, because our local coordinates are both going to be in kilometers. No, that one's going to be in centimeters, sorry. And then that one is going to be in kilometers. And then, of course, that one's going to be in light years. And then the radius is going to be in kilometers. Yeah, then that's going to be in kilometers. So I think this one possibly needs changing to centimeters. Let's just check the base radius. Yeah, that's exactly like what it is, Dave. It's like the worst I had. I can't remember if it was yesterday or the day before. I pointed it out to Claire. I was like, I'm staring at the code in front of me, and like it's not computing in my brain. It's like I'm looking at it, I can see it. It just makes no sense. Like I couldn't make sense of it. It was really weird. But yeah, I'd hate that if that was all the time. That would be a nightmare. I mean, the logic puzzle aspect of programming is my favourite thing about it. Let's collapse this down to a string, because then I can, sorry, not a string, to text, because then I can remove things like fractional digits to make it make a bit more sense. Right, so that's how far away we are. And that's the distance we're checking. So we're waiting for our check distance to be less than our actual distance. Greater than, the other way around. Oh, the other thing I did actually, when it comes to the orders system, and ship-wide orders, I'm debating, rather than having all the orders on here and the variations of these orders on a single ring, because it's going to get quite chock-a-block with orders, is add a fourth layer to this. So where we have explore target system, when you're issuing that order, you could mean, like right now, stop what you're doing and go and explore this system, or you could be saying explore this system next. So again, if you want to queue up 3 or 4 different systems that you want the NPC crew to explore, then you need some way of saying that on here. So rather than just saying, right, explore this system, and of course it will dutifully go ahead now and raise that order, and those NPCs will start doing that. We want another radial menu that pops up afterwards with something like next or now, just so that we have the ability to queue that up. Because then what you can do is you can say, right, explore that one, then explore that one, then explore that one, and then those crew members will then fully explore all 3 of those systems completely autonomously, because you then queued up those orders. So if we look on here, we've now got explore this system. Says that's actually the ID for this order, and that's the name of that system. If we now go and say, which one should we do? Procyon. So I come over here. Now that I have done that, so we go orders, shipwide orders, explore target system, and then you see that it's now added Procyon to the list. So the crew can now explore these systems. So by default, it's now queuing them up. But ideally, we do need the option to say, actually explore this one instead. So it stops doing that one. And then we also, of course, need that whole cancel orders on here as well. So shipwide orders, cancel current orders, and we want that to go ahead and cancel that one off, but that's not hooked up yet. So these are all the refinements that we need to be making. So the Helm is slowing us down now because we are on the outskirts of this system. And the autopilot has the same code now. So the autopilot looks at the type of star and how far away we should stop for that type of star. And it kind of just slowly cruises to a halt. I say slowly, we're still going faster than the speed of light. But what we're looking for with those orange numbers is our actual distance, and that's in centimeters, needs to be less than our check distance, which is only 1 million or so centimeters. And I think that's where our coordinates are using the wrong units. I think we're checking kilometers when we should be checking centimeters. Yeah, because it reckons we're still miles away. Yeah, so we're 84 AU away from the star, which is about what we wanted. And it's the order is still in the system, so if we disengage the FTL, then the NPC is turning it back on again, because that order to go to this location is still there. It's not being cleared out because the objective criteria checking is failing. Yes, I agree, Danger Mouse. I think there does need to be more of a human speed from the NPCs. Right now, there's 1 second between each action, so they'll press the autopilot, and then 1 second later they'll press the FTL. But yes, the NPC needs to be doing it at the same speed as a typical human would be doing it to keep it believable. So we'll obviously tune that as we go. Yeah, that's not a bad idea, Oni Noni. I think, I think the way we'd have to do that is, as the ship is passing from A to B, we'd have to look at all the stars that are the closest star to the ship, or in fact, the closest star to the ship. So every time you move 1 light year, it recalculates the distance of everything. So there's always going to be a star, which is the closest star to the ship, as you're flying between points A and B. So if any of those stars fall within a radius criteria, so let's say we do it within 5 light years, So if any stars get closer than 5 light years along that path, then you can stop off and explore that system along the way. I think that's probably the cleanest way of doing it. It doesn't yet, but it will do. So one of the things that we need for the holo display is different overlays. So over here, either via the sensors or via some kind of UI that we can just make a hologram for as part of the holo display. We need to be able to turn on different types of overlays. So things like filtering star classes, filtering out which ones have got text signatures, filtering out which ones have life on them, just so that we can build up a visual picture of the distribution of things within that range. Yeah. Because we can add multiple different types of data overlays over time. So every time we think of a good one, we can add it to the system. And then just build up a list of all the different data overlays which are either scientifically or operationally relevant to what it is you're doing. Just realised that my debug was taking this before I converted it to centimeters, so that makes sense. I might need to increase this a little bit more. Because on our autopilot, so again, when we calculate our arrival distance, and this is just a macro that we use, we take the radius of the object in question, and generally speaking, if it's not classed as a star system, then we take 1.5 times the radius, and that's kind of our autopilot drop-off point. That's where we say, right, we've reached the destination. If it is classed as a star system, then obviously that's when we do our calculation. So all I did is I just increased that to 1800, so that the objective is cleared sooner rather than waiting until you've actually stopped. Let's just see what that debug says a sec. Okay, so we're on our way, which means I can cheat and use ship TP. Right, so it's saying we're 126 billion centimeters away, and we're checking 116. Interesting. Of course, that needs to be there as well. Right now you can give the orders from anywhere. It does have a command override on it though, so you can only do that if you're captain or the XO, or chief engineer I think I set it as, although I'm not sure whether that's hooked up yet. So if we make ourselves someone in medical, does it still give us the ship-wide orders? Yeah, so like if you're in medical, you shouldn't get a ship-wide orders option come up, because obviously unless you are specifically handed the con, you shouldn't have this ability. So this will be reserved for basically the command staff, and that's that. But yes, the idea behind the radial menu is that it's context aware. So right now, you should only have those specific ship-wide orders if you're on the bridge. If you're not on the bridge, then those orders are no longer relevant. So it's the radial menu is a proxy for you speaking to the crew members or performing some kind of physical action. So like with the props and things, the physical actions are relevant to that prop. So this bottle of beer will have different physical actions to this globe. So in the same way that you have different actions for the chair, because you've got dismiss NPC there, and if you're not looking at a chair, then you have different options come up. So the menu is always context sensitive. Like this one has an NPC, so you have NPC options, whereas this one doesn't, so the only option you have is to sit down. So it's always going to be changing and adapting to your immediate situation. So our job there as developers is trying to think ahead of the player and kind of think, right, so what's the player going to need in this particular situation? Like if they're in their crew quarters, what options are needed on that menu? If they're on the bridge, obviously you need different options on the menu. But if you're not the captain, then you need different options again. So it's always going to be updating depending on the situation. And I'm sure we'll always be missing something, but we'll just have to give it our best shot. Right, did that not actually work? Do we even have a command target? Did I even target anything? No, I didn't. That didn't help, did it? So what I've done is, yeah, so I've raised a target to explore nothing, which obviously broke it. So I guess, yeah, on that note, with that context, if you don't currently have a valid target on the holo display, then explore target system either should not be there or at the very least should be grayed out. Because that's not a valid command in that set of circumstances. So we just need to make sure that we are capturing all the relevant checks to make sure that the only things you need are the things that are on the menu. And obviously the reason we need to do this is because the sheer volume of things you can possibly do on the ship is well beyond what you could fit onto a radial menu. So we need to make sure that that menu is very tightly controlled at all times. Thanks, Jim. Very much appreciated. Ah, yeah, that's a good example, Dave. Yeah, exactly like that. And the nice thing is, with the way we've built it, the the objects themselves are the thing that provide the context. So when we press F to bring up the menu, these menu items that you see are coming from the object itself. So we're not having to pre-populate lots and lots of lists of different things, because we simply add it to the prop. So this can have, and the example I used before was like the ability to spin the globe, and the ability to spin the globe obviously will only ever come from a globe, but it's nice because it means that the individual objects can have their own proprietary and unique things that you can do with them. And because it's per object, we're not having to build up a massive table of possibilities. Right, let's try that again. So as soon as the helm's on their way, then we can teleport to that location. Right, so we are 9 billion centimeters away from our target. Which is interesting because it's using exactly the same math that we're using here. So why oh why? I guess we just need to increase this range so that it's not being quite so strict on its check. Just going to check the math on that a minute using my favorite website. So 1 kilometer is 100,000 centimeters. What did we need? Oh, AU. So yeah, so 40 AU is that many kilometers. What I like about this website is that it doesn't give you like the collapsed version like this with like the to the power 21 business. It gives you most of the time like the whole number, which is really, really handy for copy pasting. Just make a quick note of, well, that went wrong, didn't it? Let's recopy that number a minute. Okay, so that divided by 696,300 is that. Hang on a minute, why is that a different number to that? Did I mess up? I think I did mess up, you know. Unless we were going, no, that sounds about right. Which means, yeah, I was stopping the ship too far away. So if we take that number and let's say we make it 9,000, just so that we're checking slightly further out than our arrival location, so that there's a bit of an overlap. because we want to clear the task off the system before the ship stops, just to make sure there's no chance that it's going to not realise that it's there in time. Yeah, so we're checking 116 billion centimetres away. So if we get within that distance, we should clear that task. So that's saying 0.36, so we are, that's definitely not, that's not far enough away. So our radius is definitely correct, because this is the issue we were having previously, is that we weren't getting the right radius value come through. And I have since fixed that. So 40 AU in kilometers was definitely that. And then we're dividing that by the sun. Hang on, is that even the right math? So we're saying because what we're actually saying is if the star has the same radius as the sun, then your approach distance is 40 AU. I think that's too simplistic, isn't it? See, this is where my fuzzy brain gets lost. Ugh, can't type either. Yeah, because we're kind of mapping a range. Grab my spreadsheet a minute. So I've got a spreadsheet which I use as a scratch pad, so there's just like loads and loads and loads of math and stuff on here which I just mess about with as I'm doing stuff. Lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of stuff. Right, let's grab these numbers a minute. So that's 40 AU in kilometers there, and obviously we've got our radius of the sun, give or take, there. So that that's our 40 AU. So that divided by that is that. Which means, so that times that is obviously back to our 48u, which is where I got the math from. So the arrival distance is that radius times by that. So it's basically for every 1 kilometer of radius of the star, we're adding 8,593 kilometers of approach distance. I think that's basically what we're doing with that math. Which gives us that. And then that times 100,000 is that many centimeters, and that's how many centimeters away we need to be. So oh wait, I think what might be happening here is the radius is stored as a fraction of Sol, so that wouldn't be 696,300, that would be 1. Yeah, so that would be the radius multiplied by 696,300 times by our value, because we need to convert the fraction into kilometers. I think that's where it's messing up. So the math is right, it's just we're not sorting the fraction out. I'm assuming anyway. Let's just make sure that we're doing the same on the autopilot. So it would be that multiplied by 696,300 radius of Sol. Yeah, when it comes to things like the Hill sphere, we are calculating that separately. So when we are defining the Oort cloud, basically. So the furthest extent that star can hold on to anything is going to be the Hill sphere minus the Hill sphere of any other stars nearby. Now, most of the time, we don't have that data to hand to know what stars are around that star, because from a data processing perspective, we would have to search through like 30,000 array entries 30,000 times. So for every single star, to work out which stars are near each star, to then work out an actual hill radius based on the other stars in the area. So what we do instead is we take the average closeness for stars, so the average stellar density, and we use that as our value instead. So it's not as accurate as actually calculating each star nearby, but it's a close enough approximation. Otherwise the data processing is just too heavy. Sometimes you do need to make assumptions with it. Why are we right in front of the star? Oh, okay, so this will be the 1.5 radius, I would have thought, which means yeah, exactly, Dave. Okay, let's track this back from its actual origin, because something somewhere is not quite right. Okay, so here's the thing that you click. So this is the celestial object that has been selected, and okay, so we are actually already converting the fraction to the radius of Sol. Okay, so that should already be stored correctly as our radius. Right, so let's double check that. Right, so our check value is that. So if we grab our radius in centimeters, pop that in there. And that times that. Pop that in there. And then we'll actually no, we won't use centimeters for that. Let's take the actual value in kilometers, because we can then compare that on our spreadsheet just to make sure that the numbers we're getting are in fact accurate. Hey T-Shane, I've just been under the weather myself for the past week, so I think there's something going around. Hopefully you feel better though. I seem to be getting over it now, which is good. Okay, so inadvertently, just testing that, targeting Sol, it immediately closed the order because we already have that system fully explored. So if I do explore target system, it goes away again because we've already explored this system. So it's giving up, which is good because we would expect it to. Okay, this one, however. Okay, so our radius is huge. Yeah, we'll announce all of that properly, and we'll do the voiceovers and things for it as well. So the crew or the ship's computer should be verbalizing all of these things. We'll get it working first, and then we'll go through and do all that stuff. Right, so what's happening here is it's saying that our radius is 729 million kilometers, which is quite clearly not true. So we must already be treating that as kilometers then. Let's just do that a sec. And then we'll compare that to the actual radius of Alpha Centauri. Right, it's saying 1048, so I reckon that's actually 1.048. So that is a fraction. So Alpha Centauri, blah 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 blah. 729,000 kilometers. So yeah, so 1.08 was that? 1.05. Yeah, so 1.048 rounded to 1.05. So it is being sent as a fraction. So that number there should be saying 729,000, not 729 million. Have I got the radius of Sol wrong? No, 696,340. Okay. So what's going on with the math then? Something somewhere is changing it. Let's make that specific. So we know that was coming up 1.048. So if we times it by the radius of Sol, because that is a fraction of that radius, then that should give us, in fact, let's do the math on the spreadsheet. Yeah, so 1.048 multiplied by 696,340. Oops, that should have been an equals. That should give us, 729,000 kilometers, not 729 million. So that's correct, and what we should expect to see. So when we get to here, where are we? So yeah, so the radius that we're reporting there and then we're setting that, hang on, are we setting that somewhere else? Yeah, because our command target is being set by that, and that's being stored as our command target. So that value is correct. And then on the radial menu, where are we? Where's our character? Yeah, so on the radial menu, when we send that order through. Okay, then that goes through to our player controller down here. Okay, so explore command target, that's the one we're doing. So when we, so we are actually passing those values through verbatim, exactly as they are. So our orders has the radius as the raw value. And then on here, just going through each step in the logic. So we create this. I think that's our problem. Oh wait, no, that's just, no, scratch that. No, that's just the objective description. That does need updating though. Yeah, because the target that we're setting here is the target that we're setting there. And then that target is literally straight from our Helm target. In fact, it's the same struct. It's coming straight from our command target as well. So that value should be passing all the way through, and it should be the same when we create the task. And then, then that task is in the system. And then when we're doing our check, which is here, we're just pulling that straight out of the task. Which means that should say 729 million. Oh, hang on. Is that 0.281? I think that's what's going on there. Right, 729,000. Right, so that is correct, which means our check distance is 116 million kilometers. And our radius multiplier is only 6 billion. Okay. We'll get there. We will get to the bottom of this. Okay, so that check, which will be in centimeters. Yeah, so it should be this value here should be this value here in centimeters. So let's just verify that. It's much easier to look at without decimals. Right, so what we got? So 729,000 kilometers radius. So our check distance is 116,768. Right, okay, let's just check this here. So 116,768 844,988. So that's the distance we're checking. And our radius multiplier, that minute, was 6568 247531. So that should be that times 100,000. Which is a much bigger number. So 6568 247531. So that in centimeters is that. So our check distance should be that, not that, which means we are considerably short of our distance. Okay, so where's the math going wrong there? Yeah, the numbers are clearly not big enough. Right, so our distance is in centimeters. Okay, and our check distance, so we're checking, so our radius in kilometers times 9,000 in kilometers, so our fraction times by 9,000, hang on, am I now doing that twice? See, now I'm confusing myself again. Yes, so I was already doing that. So do I want to do that? I suppose that's the question. I suppose I do, because whether or not we're using the radius of the object or the radius of what is essentially the star, we want to make sure that this radius value in the struct doesn't have mixed units, so it's only ever represented in kilometers, in which case that has to be done there, which means that we should not be doing it here. Yeah, which we're not, so that's fine. Yeah, so this is still working in kilometers. So that's kilometers, that's kilometers. We then convert that to centimeters, which means that is also in centimeters. So our check distance is in centimeters. So our radius multiplier, radius times 9,000 Yeah, so right now that's in kilometers. So I change that to centimeters as well. So our radius multiplier is in centimeters. Okay, and then our difference is the distance that we're at. And really that needs to go up there, which is also in centimeters. So that value in centimeters divided by that, sorry, minus that value in centimeters means that this is also in centimeters. And then the radius itself is in kilometers. Let's just see whether those numbers add up a minute. Oh, and also on here, right, let's find out where we're setting that a second, because to make sure that this value is also being set properly. And the only way I can check that really is just to do a bit of debug spam. Okay, so actually let's make sure we write on there what it is, otherwise I'll forget where I did this debug. The thing I find fascinating about Planck units is it means that our universe is digital, not analog, because there is nothing, as far as science has proven so far, there can be nothing smaller than a Planck length. Therefore, there is no distance between each Planck length, which means that that's basically the pixel size of the universe, which is kind of cool. Yep, simulation theory. So our check distance and our radius multiplier are coming up with two different numbers, which is weird. Okay, and that's coming up with kilometers, which is that, so that's fine. Yeah, so that 729,805 is equal to the radius we're seeing here. So those two numbers are correct. But why is our check distance and our multiplier different? I think that might be the source of our woes. Right, so we don't need that because we know that's correct. Okay, and then we'll, so for our FTL throttle manipulation, we're using our arrival distance, and for our autopilot disengage, we're also using the same arrival distance. So we're taking the nav target radius there, which I think, hang on a minute. Oh, that might be it. So we're setting our nav target radius in kilometers, which means we don't need that. That might be where we are having our problem. Right, and then on here, okay, so our check distance is this one, which is radius times 9,000 converted to centimeters, and then our radius multiplier yeah, same thing. So we're taking the same radius, multiplying it by the same amount, and then we're also converting it to centimeters. So if that and that are doing the same thing, why are they giving us a different value? Let's just clean this up a bit now. It's ultimately those values there that we're checking. Yeah, let's get rid of that difference. Yeah, so that and that are derived exactly the same way, unless this is returning false. Because that might actually also be the problem. Yeah, I've started doing that actually, Illusion, on the Galaxy Gen side of things, because we switch between kilometers and centimeters quite a lot, and it's imperative really that we make sure that the variables aren't just generic floats; they actually have like a unit associated with them. In fact, it would be really cool if Unreal supported that on the back end, so that for every variable you create, you could actually store like the unit type with it, just as like an enum or something. But no, it doesn't support that. It'd be nice if it did, though. If we ever make our own engine for this, then that's definitely what I'd do. I don't think so, no. Unless I've missed it. Ah. Okay, so I think the source of our problem here is our Boolean is reporting false, which means it doesn't think we're heading towards a star system. So we need to make sure that we explicitly set that. So our value is set here. So we are specifying whether or not it is a star system. So we know that that's set there. That's probably why it's not. But let's follow it through anyway. So making our target there. Make sure that we're setting it here. Yeah, we're just passing that straight through, so that should have the same thing associated with it. No, simpler than that, Dave. Just like if you specify a variable, there are no floats in this one, just to make my life awkward. So say we've got our nav target radius here. Now, there's no way that oh, there is. Okay, forget everything I just said. There is a way of doing it. There's literally a drop down. Yes, so the ability to set those units as an actual unit, because I just like name it as such. I didn't realize you could do that. Gosh, you learn something every day, don't you? Amazing. Yeah, I don't think it will affect anything. I mean, it shouldn't affect anything. But from a pure, like, understanding your own code perspective, when you've just got generic floats passing all over the place, it's really easy to get kilometers and centimeters mixed up. So then you forget, like, was this one in kilometers or was this one in centimeters? Being able to actually set the variable to a unit is really, really handy. And I had no idea you could do that. The funny thing is, I did look before to see whether you could. Obviously, I missed it last time, but yeah, that's good. I like that. Well done, Epic. Yeah, just leveled up. Yes, Dave, you absolutely did. Right, I think that missing Boolean pin was the source of our problems there. So let's see whether or not that has indeed fixed it. There we go. Right, so the important thing is this check distance and our radius multiplier are now the same number, and should be the correct number for where we're headed, which is it's 9,000 kilometers per 1 kilometer of the star's radius. So that should give us our approach distance, and we're using the same logic for the autopilot as well. Now, I'm going to leave this one to actually arrive on its own rather than cheating, because I want to see, firstly, where does the ship naturally want to stop? And secondly, does it clear that task? Because the task clearance distance is higher than the actual arrival distance. So we should see that disappear just before the ship stops. Absolutely, Dave. Yeah, I certainly need that sometimes. Okay, so we're within the system, and we're about to pass within the arrival distance. Around now. There we go. So it's just closed the Helm task. Great. So that's exactly what we wanted. And distance-wise, we are basically that far away from the central system. Obviously, it's difficult when approaching systems because every star system's at a different angle, so we don't know. Like you're hardly, if ever, going to approach a system like on its plane like that. But we are outside of what would be considered the inner system. So all these objects have quite highly elliptical orbits. So these are going to be like Kuiper Belt style objects. So we're a decent distance away, so as not to cause alarm to any of the. If there are any inhabited planets, it's going to be the inner planets, and we're well beyond that range. In fact, we are, yeah, well beyond that range. Yeah, because we're over here, and that blue line is the frost line over there. So, yeah, I think that's a decently polite distance to be stopping at. Hey, Dongo, good to see you. Could do binary. I've got a couple of macros that I use for outputting text descriptions, and they're able to convert pretty much any unit into any other unit distance wise. Yeah, it's one of those things that you kind of assume. Like when you think about the galaxy and all the different stars and things, like it's not immediately obvious that those star systems aren't all going to be on the same galactic plane. The star systems could be rotated any which way, so every one will have a different rotation versus the galactic plane. I guess in sci-fi, every time you see a ship approach a star system in sci-fi, it's approaching it edge on. So like the ship would be approaching from over here somewhere, like on the system plane. But in reality, that's just not the case. You'll be coming from any which way. Okay, so we stopped the task was cleared, and the Helm didn't immediately re-engage the FTL, which is good. It didn't turn off the autopilot, so we need to make sure that it does that. I have many bones to pick with Star Trek, yes. It's very difficult to have it automatically arrive edge on. You'd have to do some kind of like curved approach to align the ship like to the plane of the system, which means we'd need to calculate like in 3D space where that plane lies, and then look at your approach angle to the system, and then get the autopilot to do a parabolic arc to like arrive edge on at the star system. It would be some complex math, certainly beyond my meager math skills. Yeah, I guess all we could do is pick a point beyond the edge of the system, stop, and then just turn to face the star. I mean, we could do something like that, maybe. Yeah, they tend not to be, because if you think about it, a star is formed when a molecular cloud collapses, and the spin is induced as part of that collapse. But there's nothing like on the galactic plane necessarily that would affect that spin. I mean, there's going to be tidal forces, sure, but the tidal forces are probably a lot weaker than the force that's generated when that molecular cloud collapses. So the spin of that star is probably going to be quite arbitrary. And of course, then the circumstellar disk is then just, picking up the spin of wherever the equator of the star is. So the challenge with planets not ploughing through them is going to have to be a case of calculating what object is nearby. So basically, what is the nearest planet or moon? Work out the radius of that, and then we draw a cone from the ship to that object, basically equal to that radius. So when the ship is flying an FTL, you've got like a keep out cone. So that cone is constantly updating between the ship and the planet's radius. So anything within that cone is obviously within collision of the planet's surface. So the ship will always angle itself away from that cone. And then as soon as we have a clear line of sight to the target, there's no need to then draw that cone, and then we can just fly in a straight line. So that's basically how we need to approach this. So as part of the autopilot code, we need to start working out these keep out cones to make sure that the ship steers itself always away from that cone to make sure that it's not colliding with things. That's probably the easiest way of working it out, because we already know the location and the radius of every object, so drawing the cone from there should be fairly simple. Okay, so I suppose the next thing we need to do is Yeah, make sure we set that value. So I noticed it removed order 0, so that just needs to be a random int in range from 0 to 2 billion. So we generate just a random digit order ID for every order, and then they're cleared out the system when that order is complete. So unless we have 2 billion orders being raised at once, we shouldn't have any mismatches. Like it's like a 1 in 2 billion chance that it will pick two numbers the same. Hopefully we will be safe with those odds. Honestly, I don't know. I'd have to Google it and see, to be honest. Right, so we need to change that to match the ground truth, which was that. Oh, here's that macro I was talking about. So in order to work out our unit of measurement in terms of what we're outputting in text, this macro just kind of handily works it out. So we just take those distances in kilometers, because that's our input value, and then we just divide those values in kilometers until we kind of drill down to the value we're looking for. It does the job. Yeah, the only danger really is when it comes to either updating an order or removing it from the system. So it will remove the first order in the system with a matching ID. So if you have two with the same ID, only the first one is only ever going to get updated or removed. That's basically the maximum in which it can break. So I'm going to get this on the UI next so that we can see that coming up. Because what we ultimately want here is when that command is issued to explore that star system, we want the ability to kick that NPC out the chair, sit down ourselves, and as a player, continue to do that job. So you can be working with an NPC in order to complete the objective. So, for example, you could be sat at the sensors console doing the sensors work, whilst the NPC helmsman is doing that job autonomously without you having to actually tell them to, because they know that the next step in the sequence of events is to then go to the thing that you've then targeted. So that's the goal of what we're doing with this. But in order to get to that point, we need to be able to physically see those orders on screen. Yeah, so this is the description we're generating. All of the target details are contained within that struct. So really the only thing we need to add is the output in a list rather than a single object, and a button for actually picking up the target that's stored here as opposed to the one that's the current command target. Okay, so yeah, to be honest, we could timestamp it. That's not a bad shout. Okay, so we need to get rid of that and that. That. Get rid of the inner border there. I'm so happy that I created these kind of prefab widgets, because we can change lots of things about what's displayed, which is really nice for UI work, because as we all know, I hate UI work. So this gives us that option to mess with it all. Right, so we need specifically a list. Okay, and then we'll stick that in the middle. Okay, so that's our list space. And then we just need to create the list items that that we bring up on there. So this will be a scrollable list. And we just need to make sure that it scrolls. And we need to also specify our entry class, and I did actually start making one, but I don't remember whether I finished it or not. Where did I make the list views? So that's where it should be. Yeah, so where's that hiding? Oh, they're all in engineering, which is not where they should be. Okay, so the way we need this to work is every time a Helm order is opened, closed, or updated, we need to make sure that this list refreshes. So that needs to drive some kind of refresh on here. And I don't think I've added that yet. So yeah, so we're going to need a gameplay message for the orders having been changed in some way. and then we need to make sure that we refresh this to clear out whatever's there. So purge the list view and then add a new set of options on there. And then we need to make sure that the each list view item itself is the right size and has all the right info on it and such. So that one as it stands is too tiny. So we need something along the lines of like navigate to location. So each type of command or order that you'll receive on a particular bridge station needs to be as generic as possible. So in this instance, like navigate to location is going to be reused over and over and over depending on what it is you're going towards. So we only need that one particular order. All we're doing is changing the coordinates. But we'll also have other things like maintain distance to object. So if you are following something or someone, we want the Helm to be able to have that as an active order and have it stay in the system so that the NPC or player will continue to do that until told not to. So to that end, we also need persistent orders which don't automatically get closed. I've said a few times now, this is probably the biggest system we've made for the game yet, and yeah, it always proves to be the case. Okay, so this is our title, and then we'll make this our description, and just make sure that our type is using our new struct. So just call it that. So I'm just thinking at the same time, obviously we're making this one specific for the Helm, but there is a deck department, and obviously there are going to be deck crew tasks. So we're going to need a more specific version of this for that as well. But for now, we'll just keep this one generic for Helm only. We don't need any of those other variables. All we need to do is get Helm orders, and there's all the juicy contents that we're looking for. If we try and keep this enum descriptive enough that we can use it as our title, then we don't need to do anything with it other than converting it to a string. And our description is simply our objective. It goes straight in there. Okay, so ideally this needs to take up the whole space. Okay. That should be a sufficient amount of text. Oh, see you, binary. Have a good one. Although, to be honest, I think 2 lines of text is probably more than we'll need. Yeah, we do something like that. Just keep everything aligned. And then we can just stick some text in there for our actual coordinates and stuffs. Add a splash of colour just for now. Well, we will give all these things their own unique look and feel at some point. let's justify these the other way. Okay, and we can just pop the coordinates in there. Okay, so we don't want those to be variables because we're not going to change that. So that's our description. That's our title, that's our ID, then we've got our button. Hey Don, good to see you. I saw something earlier with the list views. Oh yeah, you can do padding on the entries, but that does not look to be doing anything. See whether it actually does or not when it comes to... Oh, it does when you compile. There we go, perfect. Okay, so we probably don't need much other than that. So let's say we pop that. Give us 600, nice round number. positioned in the middle just to make life a bit easier. There we go. So basically, we should be able to queue up an unlimited number of separate objectives now on the Helm, and they'll just keep coming up in this list, and it's just a case of scrolling through them. The NPCs will work top to bottom, and the ones that are not the topmost one will be set to pending, and this will be the active one. So you are expected, I guess, as a crew member, to be working top down, because that's the order that the captain expects to be dealt with first. I suppose we need some way of changing that as well. So on the command console, on the command chairs, you'll have the ability to view the current ship-wide objectives and change the order of those objectives depending on what you want to be addressed at the time. So I suppose we also need per bridge station versions of that. So as the captain, you can say, actually, do this one first because this is more important right now. Right, so the next thing we need to do then is get that populated. Thank you, Delta. Much appreciated. Yeah, let's add the code to sort that out. So we want to listen for. Did I set it up? I think I did actually, yeah. So if we just stick that on our dummy payload. So we're not actually interested in the payload for this. We just need to make sure that the UI receives an alert that the orders have been updated so that it can go ahead and grab a new copy of the orders. Now we could do this on just a looping event, so we could have a function ticking once per second to just refresh that list. But I'd rather do it as an event-driven thing, so we're only refreshing the list if we have to. Otherwise, we're just ticking needlessly. So we need a reference to our task manager. So we'll do that basically on begin play. So as soon as the UI is initialized, we'll grab our, actually no, not then in fact, because we want to make sure that everything's been loaded first. So on our startup, And again, we're just sending a dummy payload on that. So the game sends the message out that the levels have been loaded. So we now know that all the levels have been loaded. So we then do get all actors of class. And we're only doing this once when the game starts, so it's not a performance concern. Grab our task manager. There is only one of them, and we know it's going to be there because the levels are loaded. So we can safely grab a reference to it and then promote that to a variable. And we now have a task manager. So that just happens once on begin play. But now that we have that reference, we can get, I don't know whether I did it separately, no. So if we do get bridge tasks. So this is just grabbing that struct that holds all the different departments. So it will have a reference to all the departments once they're added, all the bridge stations rather. But obviously we only care about this one. So what we need to do is grab a reference to our list view, give it a sensible name. So grab that, and then we want to clear all the list items so that we are refreshing the list with a fresh batch of orders. And then for each one of our Helm orders, we want to first of all, we need to construct object from class, and that's our actual list view deck widget. So list view deck, that one. And then we want to set the the one variable, which is our Helm orders. Actually, no, even better than that. We want to set that as exposed on spawn, because then if we just recompile and refresh, we can actually just pop that in there like that. So what we're doing is we're constructing that widget, passing it our Helm orders, and obviously we're doing one for each of the orders in the array, and then we're simply adding that directly to the list view, like so. So that should build our list of orders every time that we fire this message globally. Yeah, so that's that done pretty much. So whether we're adding, editing, or closing, it will clear the current list items and then add them back again, refreshed. So we need to make sure that that's now being broadcast, and we do that from our task manager. So you can see here that we're creating that bridge task. Oh, of course. It always confuses me when I'm calling a blueprint interface from the same blueprint that it's on. So of course you get this kind of yellowy coloured self-reference. So rather than making a separate custom event for this, you can actually just reuse it, but you need to remember that you've done that. So that's this one. So we create our bridge task, and then Yes, we're already doing it here. So here we're broadcasting out the fact that we've done that. And then if we update that task, again, we're sending that out to say we've done it. And then finally on our manage bridge tasks, yeah, we're not doing it on here. So same again, we have closed the task. We're just adding a debug message just to store that. And then we broadcast out on that channel just to say that something has changed about the Helm orders. Right, so we don't need this debug anymore because we solved our problem. So that can go back to normal. Let's tidy all that up a little bit. Right, so hopefully we'll now see those Helm orders appear on the list. So if we bring up our Helm orders there, so right now there's nothing there. I need to add the ability to change this background color actually. Now if we use our same test system, so we're creating orders to explore that system. You see we now have those orders have appeared, and it says navigate the ship to within 6.2 million kilometers of Alpha Centauri, and then it gives us the coordinates. So we'll update the coordinates on there, but it gives us our set target button, which doesn't do anything yet, but it will do. So I just want to make sure that it's automatically cleared again. Actually, we can probably get away with cheat teleporting on this one. So ship TP. Okay, so the ship TP is obviously taking us to the wrong place. I think it's probably... Is that the system over there? Yeah, so it's... I think it's popped us on the wrong side of the system because it's... The system's behind us and it should be in front of us, so that's a fault of the ship TP, to be honest. But if we do that, it should take us to the correct distance. Can't remember off the top of my head how many AU it was. Okay, so the orders are cleared and we are now just doing our final approach. And the reason we're clearing off the orders quite quickly is because what will happen is as we arrive within the system, Practically as soon as we're within the borders of the system, then the sensors guy is going to start doing their medium range scan. So they won't wait for the ship to stop. They'll just do that straight away. So the sooner we can get rid of our Helm orders, the better, really, so that we're not holding things up. So what we don't want to happen is for the ship to wait until it comes to a stop when the sensors guys already finished their job. They've sent the next target through, and the Helm guy could, he's better off going to the new target rather than waiting to get to that one, because that one's been sorted already. So getting rid of it earlier is more beneficial for expediting the process. Right. So that all worked, which is nice to see. So we need to do the same for the sensors as well. But before we do this one, I'd like to make sure that we can press the button and actually target everything we need to target, so that if we are not using an NPC, a player can do this in the NPC's stead. So we should get to the point where that's true for either of them. So you can have one or the other, or neither, or both, and the command orders will still work. Because as long as you've got someone doing the actions, be it a player or an NPC, we should be good to go, and the system should correctly flag that everything has happened that needs to happen. So we have our target data, which is good. So when the button is pressed, we need to turn this button press into a relevant action. Let's just store this a minute. So that's where we're going. Now it's already of type Helm target, because what I've been doing, I made this Helm target struct so that so every time we send a target to the Helm, or we deal with a Helm target, we have everything the Helm's going to need in order to successfully get the ship to that location. Obviously the coordinates are important, but so is the radius, so that we know when to stop. And the name is just a nicety for the UI. And then we can use the type flag to determine what type of object we're approaching. So this Helm target struct should be used by every system now if they're dealing with any kind of target situation. But we need to get that to the Helm. So I remember setting something up on player controller for new Helm targets. Because what we would do previously is we would have the NPC pressing the button on the Helm UI as if it was using that button, but this list view is like an instance of a widget which isn't on the main UI, so it doesn't have a direct line of communication back to that UI. So we need to, I guess we need to set up something on the UI so that we can broadcast that across. I suppose the easiest way to do that actually is if we make a reference to the Helm UI on here, and that was WPP warp widget. And we'll create a reference to that as well here. So get Helm UI. So I think what we'll do is we will send that through to the same UI that has the use sensor target and use nav target buttons, so that we're setting all of the UI elements on there as well. Obviously, once you press the button on the list view item, we need to make sure that don't know why I just made a second variable. We need to make sure that we are updating everything that needs to be updated when it's needed. So we'll grab a reference to our Helm UI, and we need to basically send this to this, and then do something with it. I think I opened it. No, I did open it. There we go. So when we press our buttons, so this is our use command target button, which has a button ID of 23, and that comes back from here. So we log our button press, and then we do a bunch of stuff to set this up. Now, I suppose what we don't want to do is we don't necessarily want to set this as our command target, because that's something that really only the captain should be doing via the holo display. So we don't want to use this. Instead, we want to be able to set these variables directly, and then have that go through and do everything that it would do normally, as if you'd press that button on the UI. So we're going to need, I think, another pin on here, and then we will pass that through. See, that's an awkward one actually, because we're not able to pass through that data specifically. So I don't want to use this, because that could mess up some other stuff. Now we can set up a global event on here for grabbing the details, but it won't replicate unless we can pass it through our player controller. So the player controller basically needs to handle all of the replication when a player in multiplayer presses that button. So in single player it might work fine, and I think for now, just for testing, we will take that approach. So if we just do a custom event, and we do set orders target, and that's just going to be of type Helm target. Then what we can do is basically all of this as before, and then just hand off to the usual process. But this won't work in multiplayer. So I think what I'm going to have to do is make let's make another blueprint interface that can specifically carry the Helm target struct, so that we can pass that struct around between systems as a blueprint interface. So it means we can then pass this Helm target through the player controller, spit it out the other side, replicate it, and then make sure that the events are then driven from that point as an action on the server, rather than something happening client side. So what we should now be able to do, I've forgotten the name of it immediately, set orders target. There. So as soon as you press the button, it simply fires that event, sets those variables from the payload, and then it'll go through and update the UI and send stuff off to the Helm. I'm not sure whether this is actually going to update the autopilot, but we shall see. Yeah, so when it comes to custom ships, that's very, very difficult, simply because of the complexity involved. When every single light and panel requires its own physical cabling, modding that and creating new vessels means literally doing it from scratch, laying every cable, every pipe. What we plan to do in the future is do modular shipbuilding. So obviously this is like way after the game's finished. As a DLC probably, we'll have a shipbuilding tool where we start building up libraries of prefab pieces. I guess in the same way that No Man's Sky or Starfield do it. You know, you've got modular pieces that you bolt together, but because we have everything fully simulated, all the pipes and cables will be pre-placed in those modular pieces, so that when you put those pieces together, those pipes and cables automatically line up, because we've already got that alignment sorted in the prefab piece. Which means that we'll have it so that each edge of the modular piece can only connect in a certain way. But that's the only way, practically, that we could do it. Because otherwise it's just madness. Madness, I say. Okay, so we've kicked out the NPC from this chair. So if we go ahead and create our shipwide order, so you can see we've now raised a Helm task. There it sits. So if I set that target, what we want to see is our target coordinates changing there, and on the autopilot here, which they are not doing. So we need to work out whereabouts in the... Oh, I know why. I know why. It's because as much as we are pulling out this variable, we're not actually setting it. So when we set this, we're not setting a reference to get a reference to ourselves. We need to pop that in there, but we need to make sure that that is exposed on spawn. Like so. Now we have a reference to the UI. So that will now be valid, and thus that will be valid. So set our target, get rid of the NPC, set ourselves down. If we just... Oh, yeah, of course. So the radial menu is generated either by the chair when you're sat in it, or you as a character when you're walking around. Because when you sit down, you are basically possessing the chair. So I just need to make sure that the same options we see here are there on the chair, which they're not right now. So I need to get up, issue the orders, and now I can sit down. Okay, so oops. So our orders are there, and this time our target has gone through. So we can see that we have the correct radius, we got the correct coordinates, so that target's now been set. So when the orders are raised in the back end, and we'll have to make sure that this flashes every time there's like new orders. I might put a little number next to it as well, just so we can see that there are some. So yeah, basically when that's flashing, you know that there's something that you need to do. So set our target, and then we can engage the autopilot, engage the FTL, and that should take us to where we need to be, via ploughing through Earth, of course. Okay, so far so good. Now the nice thing about this is I can now bring an NPC back into that chair, and they'll just carry on, because they're working with this same set of orders as I am. So whether I'm sat there or whether they're sat there, as far as the orders system's concerned, it doesn't care. Okay. Right, so that I would say is done. It needs tidying up, obviously, and made looking nicer, but as a test, I would say that was successful. So we now need to do the same with this one. So we have the sensors tasks coming up, and we also need to make sure that that this is generating those sensors tasks as well. Actually, something else I did this week, I have simplified the logic. So when we're doing our state engine, essentially for checking each of our orders, when it comes to raising a task, the check that we run to see whether a task's already been raised, I'm doing like at this point. So rather than having that as a separate yes or no question, we'll do it here instead. Obviously that needs to now be changed to reflect the new way of doing things. But I won't bother having is there already one raised as another yes/no question, because we're just bloating this otherwise. So we'll just do it within each block. So as far as the core logic is concerned, it's done its job by handing off and saying, right, do that medium range survey. It doesn't care whether or not that actually happens or not. It just cares that it's telling it to happen. And then from here, we then do the logic to see whether it should happen. And then once that's raised, again, then this doesn't care. It's then handed off to the person sat at the helm, and then it's their job to deal with it. So we're just handing off responsibility down the line. Slopey shoulders, as we used to call it at work. Right, so that bit's working. This bit should also be working. Yes, actually, we know that's working because this was firing if you target Earth. So that is definitely working. So that's the next step then, is making sure that we're creating that task. In fact, let's go ahead and borrow what we've done for the Helm. But that's the wrong struct. That's what it should look like. So I could have made a separate event for each of the different bridge stations, rather than combining them into one. But given that we've also got other departments to worry about on the ship, I thought I'd keep all of the bridge stuff basically under one roof. And then we'll just use this drop down to differentiate which console we're dealing with specifically. So again, it does mean that when we create a bridge task, we'll have all these empty structs being ignored. But as long as the station we've selected matches the struct that we're making, everything will flow as required. Yeah, I'll try that after first, just make sure it works. The Helm will have twin joysticks, so each arm of the Helm chair will have a joystick on it, eventually, once we get to that point. So what were we checking here? Oh yeah, so on the Helm one, one of the checks that we were performing as a gate to whether or not we raise the task is there already a task to fly to the exact same coordinates? Obviously we don't want to raise two tasks to go to that location. So that just gates that and makes sure that we don't double up on raising orders. This one is slightly different in that we need to check to see whether or not there's already a scan in progress. So if we... Did I grab a copy of... No, I didn't, so get that from game state. Actually, did I do get sensors data? That might be worth setting up as a macro, actually. So whenever we need some information, so things like the current ship state or whatever our command target might be, or even like the player's customization, these are things which are held like on the player controller or on game state. I'm finding it nice just to make a macro for that. So if we were just to get sensors data, then all we need to do is grab a reference to our game state, do a cast, get our sensors data, and just output that. So it just means we can use a handy macro to grab that rather than having to do that every time. So get rid of that, replace that with, helps if you spell it right. Get that with our macro, and now we just have a reference to our sensors data, which we can work with. So the thing that we care about is whether or not we are actively scanning right now. So quite simply, if we are not scanning, then we can go ahead and create our task to do the scan. Now, I suppose we could follow up with another test to see whether or not we have a task raised to scan this system that we're in. But let's just go with that for a minute. And I suppose what we could also do is we could maybe do a further check. No, because we're already doing the check to see whether a scan's needed. So no, that should be fine. So because a scan won't be needed as soon as this completes anyway. So as soon as the scan's finished, this will automatically return false. So we're good, we're covered. Okay, so, and the other reason to split these out is also that we have a specific enum of orders for each one, which again just keeps it cleaner. Otherwise this has to be one big long list of orders covering every bridge station. So we're going to perform a medium range survey. State is pending. Actually, I need to add an acknowledge button for players so that we are acknowledging that we have seen and accepted that orders. The NPC does it automatically, but yeah, we need to make sure the player has a button for that. So we don't need a target with this one. So that would be perform a medium range survey of the current star system. Yeah, that's pretty much it, really. The target is irrelevant, but I guess if we start dealing with edge cases like the ship passes beyond the system boundary by the time this orders hits the sensors console, then the current star system is no longer valid. So in that instance, it might be worth using the target details, which are available. So if we get our get active ship-wide order, I guess just for argument's sake, let's just leave that in there just in case, because you never know, it might be needed at some point. At least we've got the data if we need it. Okay, so that should be fairly straightforward, which means you don't need to do any of that. So obviously the Helm person is doing all of this off the back of an order existing. So we need to make sure that the sensors person does the same. So they're checking to see that a sensors task exists. If the task is pending, then that's where they set it to acknowledged, and in this instance it was sensors. Need to make sure I remember to do that, because that's where a human error is going to creep in and I won't have selected the drop down properly. So that should at least get us an assigned task. Yep, and this should run. This should happily run in parallel to the Helm task, as long as we're in the system itself. Okay, so Helm task is raised. We'll cheat our way over. So there we go. So it closed the Helm task, and now we've got sensors task being raised over and over, which of course we can't see yet because we haven't added that on there yet. Now the reason it's raising the task over and over is because the NPC isn't actually doing a scan. So let's add another gate on there just to make sure that we're not raising it if there is already one. So take our criteria match. Okay, so there's our current orders. Okay, so we need to loop through our existing orders and then see whether or not any of those perform a medium range survey, and this is where having this target set is useful, because we can actually just compare that against that. Can we not do that? Right, no, we can't do that. Okay, but what we can do is that. I was hoping it could compare two struct references directly with one another, but obviously not. Actually, we only care about galactic coordinates here, so what we're checking is whether or not a task has been raised for performing a medium range survey, and the coordinates of that set of orders matches the same set of coordinates that are in the shipwide order. So we're basically saying don't raise another task if we're already doing a scan in this particular system, because we've got that covered. So if that is true, then our criteria match is true. And then we can break our loop just to make sure we're not completing unnecessary loops. And then we'll just use our criteria match. So if we're returning true, do nothing. If we're not, then we can go ahead and raise that sensor's task. So what this is doing is making sure that we don't raise that bridge task for scanning that system unless, one, we're already not scanning. So if we're not scanning already, and we don't already have a task raised for that, then we should be good. In fact, what I can do, actually no I won't, I'll keep this one as our first check rather than adding it to the loop, because if this check fails, then it avoids doing the loop entirely, just for performance reasons. Not that there's ever going to be much in this array, it's going to be like 2 or 3 things at most, but still. Any early out is a good early out. Good question, CSI. Probably not, because, well, at least not when it comes to the Magellan and the mission that the Magellan's doing, because that's a UN vessel that has a home already. Like, you're just serving on that ship. It's not your ship. When it comes to having your own ship in the future, then yes, I'm sure we can do that. The UN fleet is based at Earth, so that's always where it will be. In fact, the UN headquarters is in orbit around Earth. Yeah, I think when it comes to the other ships and vessels which are more personal and far less organizational, then yes, I think we can free that up. I mean, eventually we want to have a number of stations across the Sol system. I mean, we are only talking 200 or so years in the future, so there's not going to be a lot of infrastructure in the Sol system. But we'll have a station around Earth. We'll have stations around the moon. Obviously, the shipyards are around the moon. We'll have a couple of stations around Mars, I'm sure, and then maybe a couple more dotted throughout the system. So, yeah. So you can't expect humanity to have built that much in 200 years. In fact, 200 years is probably being very optimistic for the state of tech we have in the game. Okay, so we've raised a single task, and it's now trying to acknowledge that task over and over. And the reason it's doing that is probably because we haven't set up the acknowledgement handling of that. So where are we? So on this one. Yep. Let's get rid of the top ones for now. So yeah, so update task. Right, okay, yeah, so the issue there is that on this one we are setting the array index from the orders themselves. I think actually let's borrow that and use it for this one, because we do need to handle that slightly differently. So we want sensors orders instead of Helm orders. And then we want to grab our order ID and see whether that equals the order ID from that. Okay, and then we will set that. And that would be channel sensors. So that's where the sensors UI will pick up the broadcast and know that we've made some kind of change. So we don't need the index anymore because we're comparing IDs directly. So we just need to make sure that that's being fired by our logic. So update bridge task sensors, there's our sensors order, and that should have the ID in it. Let's just give that a quick whirl. Yeah, I think having fuel stations around the gas giants, I think it's a great idea. Just make sure that those IDs are matching. I'm assuming the ID that we're raising isn't the same ID as the one we're trying to change. In fact, why don't we use, yeah, grab the ID from here, except let's do that. Let's do that on these instead. So move that along a bit. So raising Helm task, and then we want our ID. So if we grab that from here, actually we should be able to just pop that straight in because we don't need to convert that to anything. Although, no, it's going to, is it going to add commas? Let's see. May or may not. Right, the same thing here. So raising sensors task, and again we need a copy of that ID. which means we don't need to do it there, which means we can tidy that up a bit. I guess this is more like attempting to update it. Although I suppose, no, we can just pop that in there. Because whether we get a match or not, that is the one we're trying to update. I'll do the same for the Helm as well. These debugs, I'm going to keep as permanent debugs, and we'll have an option on the game settings to turn these debugs on and off. Because from a troubleshooting perspective, it's great if players are reporting a problem to be able to say, "Can you just turn on debugs?" And then we can see, exactly what's happening and what's going wrong. And yeah, so let's make sure that the Helm task actually has an order ID associated with it, because it wasn't showing one. Okay, so the ID will be coming from our logic here. So that ID should not be 0 because we're driving it with that. Let's just see what it says. Okay, so yeah, we're getting the same number on the Helm task that's being raised and updated, which is good. Okay, so when it's closing, it's not picking up a number. I'll double check that. But yeah, so our sensors task is not changing to active, and I'm wondering whether or not that's coming from here. So oh look, we haven't actually set the state there. That's why. But why is this reporting 0? Oh, it's because I'm removing the index and then trying to reference it, so that's happening in the wrong order. That's all. I will keep that debug again on there though, because I think these sorts of things are going to be beneficial in the future, and future us will appreciate that. one last test of that, and then we'll start doing the sensors UI. Have a good one, CSI. Correct. Right, so all the IDs match, and we're not continuously trying to update the sensors UI. Ooh, and they're doing a scan, so even better. So will they stop? That's the question. No. Okay, so we were actually running into this problem before where they'll do a scan, complete the scan of the system, but then for some reason they're not picking up that that scan is no longer needed. So they'll raise another task. Or probably more specifically is that task is not being deleted. So we need to make sure that the logic checking on here, as in for perform medium range survey, we need to make sure that we are properly checking that that has in fact been completed. And I suppose the best way to check that is probably by using this. So we basically just check to see whether anything in that system is less than level 2, less than level 2. And that tells us that the scan's still needed. As soon as that returns false, then we know that the scan has been done, is not needed. So we can set that to completed on here. Okay, so each one of these, medium range survey. Check that we're actually doing the... Yeah, I think I've copy pasted something somewhere and it's not doing what we want it to do. So we'll just replace that completely. Okay, so we're going to have to grab a reference to that, which we're doing here. Obviously this is a different function, so it doesn't have knowledge of that, so put that in there a minute. Create that as a local variable. Right, and now that other one should work. Okay. Okay, so if we've got data, then we want to go blah 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 Do we have a criteria match? If we do have a criteria match, then do nothing because the medium range survey is still required. If we don't have a criteria match, then like with this one, we need to remove our matching index, which means we need to get a reference to that index, and then send out our broadcast. I suppose we'll also send out our spammage as well. So we're going to need a reference to that index, because it's that index that we are specifically removing. Okay, so a criteria match is false. Yeah, that's so. If there's nothing in the sensors data, we can ask that as a failure, so do nothing. Similarly, if there's something needs scanning, we class that as a failure and do nothing. Otherwise, we're going to close sensors task with our ID. Oops. That ID. And yeah, then we need to specifically know which one we're getting. Okay, so then we're going to remove that same index. And then send that out on the sensors channel. Clean that up a bit. Yeah, so we're not going to close that until those criteria are checked. Yeah, that should do it. Let's see whether that actually does do it or not. Thank you, Festus. I'll probably forget that myself. Oh, that's interesting. So, it's here. Wonder why that's doing that. So it shouldn't be attempting to close the task until once per second at that. So it shouldn't be spamming it like that. And it's not actually closing it. All right. So what's it doing? Yes, we're only doing this on the completed pin. Ah, of course. Right, of course. So the check runs 10 times per second, which is why it's coming up so quickly. Yeah, so that... Okay, just going through the logic here. So obviously this only does anything if we've got something in the array. And then obviously only if the thing in the array is matching the right order type. So assuming those two things are true, we're checking our exploration data. We're determining that there must be something there, otherwise we wouldn't get this far. And then for each of those, yeah, so that must be matching data. Let's just double check this. So we're grabbing our exploration data from game state. That's another great opportunity for a macro. May as well do it while we're here. Okay, just a handy macro just to grab our exploration data, which means we're not having to do all of that. Oops, no, let's get exploration data. Right, just cuts down on the node spam. So we are comparing the coordinates of the system in the data with the coordinates of our orders, and if they match, then we're storing a copy of that particular entry. So that looks like it's all good. So we've got that set already. So by this point, we've got that data. So we now loop through all of the individual planets in that data, and if any of them have a knowledge level of less than 2, as in medium range scan, then we determine that a medium range scan is still required, so we don't need to close our orders. And our index is coming from each of the orders that we're looping through. So that should be, that index should always be the right one to be removing, because that's the one we're checking criteria against. Yeah, because we're getting that index from the array in order to get the order ID, which was the correct one. And then we are removing, right, I see what's happening here. We're removing it from the Helm. It's the sensors we're removing, not the Helm. Right, that's what the problem was. so close the Helm task, updating our sensors task. Now it shouldn't do anything until it has saved that exploration data. Perfect. Okay, so it's closed the correct task and everything is scanned to level 2, which is exactly what we want to see. Hurrah. Great. So the next thing we need to do, I guess, is make sure that we're seeing this coming up on here. What else? And I guess the next step now is having successfully determined that that the system has been scanned appropriately, then the next thing to do is to pick the closest planet to the ship, and then send that to the Helm, who will then get a task to navigate to that. So I think we were using the Send to Helm button as our trigger to make sure that order's been completed. And I think we'll do the same thing, whereby we will make sure that whatever target that we send, is we're sending one that is valid. So it has to be 2 or less in terms of how much it's been explored, and it has to be within the same in the same system that we're exploring. So if you target something in a different star system in an effort to try and trip it up, it should not treat that as a valid target. Therefore, this task will remain unanswered, and it won't raise the Helm task because you haven't done your job. Yeah, that should be all we need to verify against, just that it's in the right system and it hasn't been fully scanned, and then we can just keep checking our Helm target, our Send to Helm target. Just keep checking it over and over and over until it matches those criteria, in which case we're all good. So the next step in the logic, let's just close some of these tabs. So every time we click on a collapsed graph, it makes a new tab. Okay. Right, so our logic then. So that is completing successfully. That then determines, well, same thing really. We're looping through the data, and this time we're checking for less than 3. And then we check for a valid sensor target. If we do, then yeah, that needs switching around, because yeah, because that we don't want to send it to the Helm unless that's yes. So those two need swapping around. But yeah, so that's going to be the next step. But before we do that, let's go ahead and sort the UI out on this one, just so that we can see those tasks and make sure that the player can actually action those tasks as well. Widget. Okay, I think what I'll do is if we just delete what's there, then we can borrow what we've done for the other UI to save having to do it again. And we don't want the inner border. Yeah, so something that we've got for the inner border is that we can control how dark the display is of that. It doesn't update until you press begin play, but we can change that. And I think we need the same for a background there as well. So we can make that the same darkness as that, just so you can see the things that are coming up more easily. But I'll add that at some point. Okay, so we want that. No, not that. We want that. And then we're putting that in the middle. And then let's call that one sensors. Actually, that one specifically is Helm. Okay, so perform medium range survey. That's probably going to need shortening. And that's just going to be something along the lines of perform a medium range survey of the current star system. Something like that. So on the sensors one, I don't think we're going to need any buttons specifically. I'm trying to think of a situation where we'd need to target something. I suppose, I suppose if we're being told to scan a particular target, then we'd need the target option on there. So say you're in a star system and the captain says, scan this planet particularly, raises the order, and then goes away and starts targeting other things for maybe the Helm, because they might say, right, here's a target, sensors, you scan that, here's another target, Helm, you go over there. So you've got two different command targets being worked on at the same time. In that instance, you're going to need the sensors to be able to target something specifically. So for that, we're going to need the same kind of data. But let's just leave that for a mo. And then this is obviously failing because we're casting to the wrong thing. So that's task list sensors. And then we're pulling out our sensors UI this time. And that is of type, I think I called it nav panel for reasons unknown. Okay, and then Helm orders is going to be sensors orders, and that's bridge order sensors, and then obviously we're breaking a different struct. That can stay the same because it's still our Helm target style data. Need to create that. It's that same event on this one. We also need to validate visibility of this button based on orders type. So I guess we'll use a switch for this. Yeah, so most of these won't require the button, but some of them might. So perform a short range scan. That could have a target specifically. Yeah, bring up surface map. That's a specific target. That isn't. That isn't. Although saying that, performing a long-range survey, that does require a target. Yeah, so we'll change this as needed. So we can turn that button on and off depending on the type of order it is. Yeah, that doesn't need to be there. Okay. Put that down there because those are not being used right now. I guess we also need, as much as we've got our order ID there, it would be nice to have whether it's pending or active. I mean, it should always be the case that if it's the top one, it's active, but we'll flag that as well at some point. Okay, and then on there, we need to make sure we change our widget class to the one we just made, sensors. And then I guess this can also get centered like we had before. So pop that in the middle. And the shadow as well, which it already is. So of course, the more we change the size of this, that's not quite going to fit. But do for now. so on our graph, we need to make sure that we set up our listeners for the global events. Let's just pop that out the way. Okay, so we've actually got two versions of this, because we've got the one for the commands that has a specific payload that we can send a dummy message on the same channel that does something different. So even though they're both going to the same broadcast channel, because the payloads are different, they're treated separately, which is a nice little useful thing. And then before that one, hang on, which one's that? Why isn't shift clicking working? Ah, there it is. Right. And then we also want to do the same as we did on the other one, where we have to get all actors of class. Let's make sure that this is set to our startup channel. Levels loaded. So of course we know that it's there. Oh, give it a payload, otherwise nothing will happen. Okay, so that's our task. Oh, do we already have a reference to that? That's useful if we do. Am I doing that somewhere else? Oh, I am. I'm going to get rid of it from there, because that's not gated behind the check that we want to check. So we don't want to do get all actors of class until we know that it has specifically loaded all levels. Okay, that's that done. And then we need our list view. So we'll clear it first. Then we'll grab our task manager. Then we shall get bridge tasks. Specifically the sensors ones. And for each of those, we need to construct an object from class. We are going to make this our list view sensors with our useful stuffs. So there's our reference to the orders. There's a reference to this widget. And then we simply add this to the list view. Too many ads. Oh, it's because I'm using Task Manager, not the list view reference. Durr. That's better. Okay, so that should populate that every time that is hit. So if we just make sure that we are actually definitely doing that on the Task Manager. Very nearly an ASCII, yes, very nearly. Yep, so we're broadcasting it there. Broadcasting it there. So we just need to make sure that we also broadcast it there, which we are not. Okay, so let's just steal. Oh, are we doing it? Hold up, we're doing it there. Yeah, we're doing it on this one instead, so yes, that's fine. So create, update, and specifically close, which obviously we do from here. So we're sending there. Okay, so that should be add, edit, and delete taken care of in terms of the orders appearing and disappearing. Let's do a big old save all on all of that a minute and give it a try. Of course, I renamed that that widget, so it's messing up with that. Oh no, that's fine. We're not doing that anymore, so that's a couple of these test screens out here that we don't need now. Okay, so Helm's on its way. So we've got nothing there yet. And we've got the one task there that we're expecting to see. So as soon as we arrive, we should see orders appear on there. So let's teleport the ship. There we go. So we've got our perform medium range survey. Yeah. So the ship stopped. We're already doing the job. So as soon as this finishes, we should see that disappear. There we go. So the obviously the Explorer system overall task is still there because we haven't fully explored this system yet. It's only explored to 2 pips. So let's try this again, and this time I won't have any NPCs involved in the process. Gotta love a Lord of the Rings quote. Yes, fair point. It does cover everything up. And for the sake of realism, when the NPC is doing stuff, we should have them close the window so they can press buttons. So the NPC can't press stuff if this is open. Obviously, you can click stuff, but it's more awkward if that's there. Right, so I'm going to get rid of that NPC, and we're going to get rid of that NPC. So we have no NPCs. We will bring up our order windows on these two things. Okay. We shall select our star system. So we should be able to complete this no differently than the NPCs. So nothing there currently. And we now have that task there. So if we use the target that's in the order, and we engage everything that needs engaging. So as the Helm, essentially we've done all the clicking that we need to do for that, because the autopilot will take care of the approach for us. So we are on our way. And the nice thing is that the sensors was pointing at something different the entire time, so it's nice that that's independent of what we're doing with the command target stuff. So we can be dealing with command targets and speaking to the Helm without messing up anything that the sensors might be doing at the time, which is useful. I'm going to let the ship fly there all the way without teleporting it, just to make sure that it's not getting tripped up anywhere. Okay, so now that we're within the system, obviously the Helm task is still there because we haven't got close enough yet, but we do now have our medium range survey order. So if we go to medium range, again that's still there, and we just initiate our survey. So the Helm task has now gone. So we successfully completed that. We have arrived at our location. And once that survey completes, that should disappear as well. Okay, there we go. So that's gone. Okay, perfect. So as a player, we created the ship-wide orders, and we had the orders appear on the Helm, which we actioned. We then had the orders appear on the sensors, which we actioned, and the system properly acknowledged the fact that the orders have been completed and deleted them as required. I think as we move forward in the system, we will set them to complete with like a little tick or something, just for that validation that you've done a good job, pat on the back and all, and they'll just scroll off and disappear. Maybe we'll keep a maximum of 10 things on there, and they'll just disappear over time. I think it's nice to see that you've done something anyway. Yeah, so working as intended. I think we've definitely made another bit of progress, which is nice after such a miserable week this week. It's nice to make some solid movement on the game. thank you, Festus. It's very much appreciated. And yeah, hopefully it's business as usual from now on. No more nasty lurgies and no more like birthdays and things getting in the way. It should be a good, solid stream after stream until we get this thing out. In terms of a dev build, I'll go through and check it again and just make sure that nothing's fundamentally broken. Obviously the orders won't complete, like the ship-wide orders is still there, because we haven't done the individual scanning every planet bit, but those 2 bits work at least. But I guess we can stick it out as a build, as long as you guys don't mind that you can't currently explore a full system autonomously. But yeah, I'll have a look after the stream. So with that all said, have a lovely week ahead, and I shall see you on Wednesday for more of the same. And yeah, hopefully we shall have a really solid, polished system that yeah, is starting to look like what we want it to look like as our final vision. All right, have a good one, everyone, and I shall see you on the next stream. Bye for now.